But I want to continue working on this. If anyone's wondering, no, this did not finish running, and that is unsurprising. Hey, Chade. Yeah, I really liked it. To ice my hands, I iced down a large percentage of my body. Pretty much the entire right half of my upper body, I've iced it down now, yes. Um, I don't know what it is. Usually I'm very good at mashing. Like, not exactly a skill I want to have, but it is a skill I have. And it, uh, the whole side of my body don't feel great. Do not feel great. Um, okay, let's get back to it. So the last one we did was RPG Simulator, which was this one. We had to simulate what weapon, armor, and rings you would have to equip in order to be able to survive the fight at lowest cost. And the second part of it was figuring out what's the max amount of money you could spend and still lose. So it was a pretty easy change to make that work. And it looks like the next one is the same thing, except for now you're a wizard and you have a list of spells you can work on. So, um, first character at or below 0 hit points loses. Since you're a wizard, you don't get to wear armor and you can't attack normally. However, since you do magic damage, your opponent's armor is ignored, and so the boss effectively has 0 armor as well. As before, if armor from a spell in this case would reduce damage below 1, it becomes 1 instead. So, you always do 1. I've been writing in Python. I could do this in a number of languages, but Python's easy for me to really rapidly put together a solution. You start with 500 mana, but you have no maximum limit. You must have enough mana to cast a spell, and its cost is immediately deducted when you cast it. And your spells are Magic Missile, Drain, Shield, Poison, and Recharge. So Magic Missile instantly does a certain amount of damage. Drain does 2 damage and heals me for 2. Shield starts an effect. So effects, you can't stack them. It starts an effect that lasts for 6 turns, and while it's active, your armor is increased by 7. Do I have to make this for school? No, this is just a for fun thing. So this increases my armor by 7 for 6 turns. Poison starts an effect that lasts for 6 turns. And at the start of each turn while it's active, it deals 3 damage. And it seems like turns, based on the example I was looking at, poison affects both on boss turn and player turn. So poison does pretty well, I think. Recharge costs 229 mana. It starts an effect that lasts for 5 turns. At the start of each turn while it's active, you get 101 mana. So it seems like the last action that you take is always casting your spell. So any of the effects take effect before you deal your damage. Or you choose your spell. You start with 50 hit points and 500 mana. What's the least amount of mana I can spend and still win the fight? Do not include mana recharge effects as spending negative mana. Got it. It seems like the way this works, based on their example, is that all of the timers for the effects and the actions that the effects take happen at the beginning of the turn, and then you pick what spell you're going to cast on your turn. And the boss attacks at the end of all of those things taking effect as well. So it's sort of it's the least amount of mana I can spend and still win the fight. Do I want to try to implement this greedy? So looking at the spells, there's sort of a cost trade-off here. So hold on. New file. Day 22. Is there like an input of any sort? That's boss stats. Yeah, this is boss stats. Boss HP equals 55. Boss attack equals 8. Player HP is 50, I think. I start with 50. Mana equals 500. All right. I mean, you can die. It's possible to die. Least amount of mana you can spend and still win the fight. So I've got these spells. $13.5. Is that right? 13.25. Damage per turn, or damage per mana. I can't be poisoned. Only the enemy can be poisoned. Drain costs 73 mana. Which is 36.5 mana per damage dealt. Poison takes 6 turns, so it does 18 total. So it's like 10, but it's... So this is like approximately 10 mana per damage. So poison's definitely the cheapest way to generate damage over a long term. If I had to guess, I'd say that the answer is going to come from a combination of keeping shield and poison active and then mostly focusing on magic missile in the meantime. Drain is extremely situational. Drain's the only way to heal that I can see. So I think what I want to do is I want to exhaustively search the space, but I want to do it in order of my heuristic. I want to be able to narrow the search space that way. So the player turn is first. Yeah, of course, Prox. Hey, congratulations on your successful game release and the progress the Kickstarter's had. I haven't gotten a chance to play it yet. I may play it while I'm mobile, since I'm limited in when I can stream. Playing something on a Game Boy emulator is quite easy for me. Not in the mood for Champions tonight. My hands are bothering me, and I wasn't necessarily feeling it, so I decided I'd just keep working on Advent of Code. It was my intention to play SM64 Land tonight, but I decided to take it easy on myself. Okay. So I need a number of counters for the 3 effects. Hey, Liz. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to define a method, best turn. And I'm just going to go ahead and play out the player and boss turn together so I don't have to keep track of like a turn number. My right hand side of my body is not in the best shape. I'll be okay. I just went a little hard on the mashing. I think like a combination of stress and trying to mash for my life made it worse than it should have been. Okay, so things I need to know for each turn is player HP, boss HP. I don't need to keep track of armor. That's fine. I do need to keep track of mana. And then I need the timers. So there's 3 timers. I'll do it as a tuple. I think that'll be the easiest way for me to do it. Tuples are immutable in Python, if I'm not mistaken, which makes them kind of annoying to use, but easy to unpack. I guess I'll just use a list. So anything else I need to know? If the shield timer is active, then I know that my armor is up, so I don't have to worry about that. Okay. Let's see. So if player HP is equal to 0, or is less than or equal to 0, then return, I'm trying to minimize, so math.infinite will work for me. And so now I need to evaluate all the timers. So let's unpack the timers. The 3 timers are shield, poison, and recharge. if shield is 0, then one option I can do if the shield timer is 0, then I can cast shield. So let's say cost equals, let's see. This turn. Oh, actually, this is kind of a problem. I think I have to do this as 2 phases. Oh, that sucks. I think I have to do this where I keep track of whose turn it actually is. Hey, Mino. let me just think about this for a second. I know, not super exciting, but let me just think about what I want to do here. I can keep track of an actual proper turn counter and trade back and forth between them. It's just a font with ligatures. It's not Python. It's a ligature where if I type a less than and an equal next to each other, it automatically converts it into that. At first when I saw that, I was like, that's really strange, and I don't know if I could get used to it, but now I'm used to it. I like it. It's not like specific to Atom. It's just a font. Fonts can do that. Fonts can have special ligatures where if 2 characters are next to each other, it makes a different special character. It does the same thing. Like if I instead of writing, like if I write not equal to, it automatically converts it to that. I don't know. It's just kind of neat. I like it. What are you talking about? Less than and greater than turns it. Well, I don't think it has a ligature for that. Actually, it does kind of look like that might be a ligature. Yeah, it does have one. But this is just a less than and an equal to next to each other. And this is 2 equal signs next to each other, and this is a not equal. I don't even remember the name of the font that I'm using. It's Firacode. That's the name of the font I'm using. I had to look it up. That's pretty cool, Mino. I've seen similar things with APL. Thanks, I appreciate it, Smartball. It was a tough match. The games were unkind, for sure. I think if I don't... So I have an array for HP. I have a current mana and I have timers. I think this works for me. That's right, I need to keep track of the amount of mana that's been spent. Which is different than just the starting amount minus the current amount of mana. Okay. So I will need to keep track of a turn count. If turn mod 2 is equal to 0, then this is a player turn. Turn plus 1 with the same HP. Mana minus 13. And mana is greater than 113. Greater than or equal to 113. Spent plus 113. Well, I can't just return the amount of mana I have, like the difference, because recharge allows me to recover mana. So there's a difference between how much mana I have left and the amount that I've actually spent. Like, I can't just extract that information directly. And then timers is 6. Poison minus 1. So I need to do something here that's going to process all of the timers. So timer is x, what, max of 0 and x minus 1 for x in timers. So all the timers tick down, but before they do that, God, this is annoying. Let's see, so I extract the timers. If shield is so the shield one doesn't matter to me all that much. Armor equals 8 if shield is greater than 0, else 0. I'll have that armor for later. HP 1 is minus, or sorry, if poison is greater than 0, then HP 1 is minus 3. And if recharge is greater than 0, then mana increased by 101. Then I tick down on all the timers. Shield is less than or equal to 1, which means it just ticked down. I mean, what's the point of even ticking down if I'm going to do that? Well, probably just to pass it along. So this updates them. All right. Now I don't have to do that funny business. If shield is 0, whatever, then now 6 poison recharge. Because I've never done any of them, and so I figured I'd do some of the back previous months, and then do all of 2019's together when when they're all released, so that I can do them just like all at once on stream rather than once per day. That was my thinking, at least. I'm not sure if that's the best option, but hey, Seer Sky. Thanks. I don't feel great about it, but my one thing I'm happy about is that my good friend Xandra won. Or rather, I'd have rather won, but if I'm going to lose, that means my good friend Xandra gets to go on, so that's good. It's still a little rough, Seer Sky, but I appreciate the well wishes. I appreciate them a lot. Recharge equals 0. I need to reorder these after the fact to decide which one's best. I think recharge should be a very late option on my list of things I can do. I'm not sure that it's the best pick for me. Does it ever say that you actually can't go below 0 mana? I feel like it's obvious. Yeah, you must have enough mana to cast a spell. Okay. I was just curious. It wasn't obvious to me whether or not that was explicitly stated, but it seemed reasonable. Alright, so poison is probably my second best bet. I'm gonna put actually Magic Missile on the list above, though. So I think keeping my shield up is always the best thing to consider. As far as, like, the heuristic for my search space here. Oh, I actually don't want these to be else ifs. They should just be ifs. We're checking all of the options, not just some of them. If mana is... If there's enough mana, then... Hey, Jay Diggles, thank you. I'm glad that you find it enjoyable. Four? This can just be timers. No, there's one for this year. I just didn't want to only do them one day at a time. I wanted to be able to do them all at once, so I'm doing past years. By the time I finish all the past years, I imagine that 2019's will be done. I don't know. Well, I'm on day 22, and this is my, like, third sitting for it, so... I don't know how long they'll take me. The later ones are getting much harder. The early ones in the Advent calendar were actually remarkably easy. I was able to bang them out in a few minutes. But But not anymore. If I've got at least 73 mana, then I can, let's see. 73, 73. In that case, I do drain. Oh, actually, no. I want to do player HP +2, boss HP -2. There is definitely a better way to write this code, but this is what you're getting. Okay. Otherwise, this is a boss turn. If it's a boss turn, they always attack for the same amount. Minus boss attack plus armor. Oh, the armor's 7, not 8. I'm just gonna store that information here. The amount of damage that the boss does is just that, since it's pretty consistent. I have a real problem with that. I keep writing code and thinking this probably isn't the best way to implement this, and I'm trying to just let it go and roll with it. This seems like it's probably fine. Like, this seems like this gets it done. Not 100% certain, but we can try it. I've been surprised in the past. So let's see. It's best turn. We start at turn 0 with an array that has 50 and 55 in it. Starting mana is 500, 0 spent, and the timers are just 3 zeros. I mean, okay. I'm about to call it on that one. That one's been running for hours. I don't have a sense of what the search space is here. I've tried to prioritize high damage output. Oh, wait. I think my code is, there. I need to change that. Because it wasn't actually applying poison damage. I don't have a sense of whether or not this is going to be efficient enough. I mean, it's running, but that doesn't mean anything. I want to read the prompt while I'm waiting for it. It's an advent calendar filled with programming problems, little puzzles. I don't feel confident in this one right now, gamers. Not feeling confident in this one. No, you absolutely could live forever, right? Oh, you could live forever. This has infinite depth, doesn't it? I actually have to I actually have to bound this, right? Yeah, but I might be able to do better if I just bound it. Um I just want to see if I'm ever hitting this point. Yep, hitting it a lot. Hitting it a hell of a lot. But if I'm on average, if I'm keeping the shield spell up, keeping the recharge spell up, and doing drain on every one of my turns, I'll kill, but it will take, for a boss having 50, it'll take a depth of 33, which, or sorry, not 33, 27, which is a little rough. How much is that even? That's a big number, right? Ooh, oof. Yeah, yikes. So what I could do is, instead of searching based on my heuristic, I can search based on... I can search based on mana order, like cost. Because the thing I'm optimizing is for the amount that I've spent. And so if I just look at this and say, I've already killed them, and the best that I've had to pay to do that has been to spend X amount, going down this route, I can already see I would spend that much. Yeah, it only matters if I'm bounding. Basically, I just need to pass along to everyone what's the best I've seen so far. So that they know to just stop. I think that's what gets me across the finish line. Yes, I know Java. Well, I'm only picking one of them and I'm exploring each of those options. Hey, Tree. I mean, yes, you can. Does this bound? Well, I'm not modifying any of the values inside those if statements. I'm just passing along updated versions of them. To be honest, it doesn't feel like it's going faster. Well, it could be going faster and I just won't see it. Sounds a lot like a homework question, Tree Coffin. You can assign instances of any subclass. Like objects of type cat, dog, whatever. Just the term you're looking for is polymorphism. Polymorphism means that superclass reference types can hold subclass objects. So a reference of type animal can hold an object of type cat. Because anything in cat is guaranteed to have all of the methods in animal because it is a subclass of animal. Well, it's a little different with primitives, Darkanus. With primitives, there's I mean, none of them are really like subclasses of one another. You can do widening or narrowing conversions, but they don't have the same relationships the same sort of polymorphic relationships you get from subclass and superclass relationships. What am I doing wrong? If I just put in print statements, that's not going to really help me all that much. That's the problem. I'm stuck in hell. Look at this. I'm just stuck in hell. After 49 steps, there's no way best should be infinite. Unless my mana is just completely screwed. And I can't cast any spell. I have not Moogle. I have not beaten Champions Road yet. I took a break for tonight. Because those are way higher. This is a... We're making a giant tree, basically. So... Okay, I'm questioning my implementation. I need to think about this. So what I want to do is I want to attempt... So anytime so basically what I need is I need to bound my tree by saying anytime I kill the boss, that's like my new overall best. If I'm going to spend more than that, forget it. So I don't actually think I need this to be part of this. Oh, actually, I introduced an error here. Let me see if just fixing the error helps. I shadowed a variable by changing best here. This code may be fine if I just fix that. Stop printing forever. Okay, this is fine, but what I want to do is actually, I'm going to remove, all best. And I don't need to pass it through the tree. This is a global thing. If I ever spend more than the best I've seen, then there's really no reason to go on. No, it's infinity. How do I fix that again? Okay. 1026. Yeah, I was questioning that a little bit. Huh. How did that not work? Every time I found a valid solution, I made it the best I've seen so far, and then I did not let myself go down any routes that spent more than that, because I obviously couldn't improve. Okay, I did not theoretically change anything. I only fixed a few small issues in my code. Was that really it? Oh, hey, you know what? I bet I know. Oh, shit. I know the answer. I know what I did wrong. It was actually a really stupid mistake. I modified BHP here, the boss's health, but I didn't put it back into the HP array, and so expanding this actually fixed my bug. The Mario Maker 2 update's live already? I thought it wasn't supposed to be live until tomorrow. Oh, it's almost tomorrow. In some places, it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow in UK time, and the message came from Nintendo Europe. Okay. On the next run through the game, you increase the difficulty to hard. At the start of each player turn, before any other effects apply, you lose 1 hit point. Okay. Is that literally everything? It's the right answer for someone else. Did I okay. Hold on, let me make sure nothing else changed. Is this a limited time thing? No, I'm doing 2015s. There's all these events you can pick from. Each year has its own advent calendar. There's one for this year, but it's obviously they're releasing it piece by piece. And I decided I wanted to start from the beginning since I'd never done any of these. Darkanus, no. It represents infinity as a floating point value, which IEEE 754 has a actual infinity value, so it's valid. In general, the only thing that's true of infinity is it always compares as greater than everything. That's all you need to know about it. At the start of each player turn. Player turn. Okay, I feel like I'm right. Infinity just compares as larger than everything. That's all there is to it. It is a value that is considered to be a number, and it always compares as larger than anything. Before any other effects apply, you lose 1 hit point. Before any other effects apply. Nope, Laconic. You can access it anytime you want to. If it's a player turn, subtract 1 from the health. That's it. No, Date 19 is technically still running, but I just accepted that it's not correct. So I'm gonna have to redo it. I'll circle back around to it. Yeah, they only add new events in December. So this was all added in December of 2016. This was all added in December of 2018. Why does that look like anything? Does it only get revealed as you... Huh. Oh well. At the start of each player turn, before any other effects apply, you lose 1 hit point. If this brings you 2 or below 0 hit points, you lose. Yeah, I used to really advocate for Project Euler, but I think Project Euler's really tuned into math aptitude more than it is programming aptitude. This one's been interesting at how good it is for sort of more general programming aptitude. Before any other effects apply, you lose 1 hit point. How is this... Okay, game. Real interesting stuff you got here. Why is this not correct? While I will agree with you that this is too easy, this is literally what you asked for. I'm actually quite curious why this isn't working. Man, oh boy, I'm having a hard time figuring out what I've not done. Same data. This should give me the old value I had before, which was like 9 something. 953. Great. Great stuff. Good stuff. All great. And I say if turn mod 2 is 0, so it's the player turn, player HP goes down by 1. Good stuff. I don't remember what it said. 1066 is what I smid last time. Answer's too low. I mean, this is my victory condition. If the boss health reaches 0. We're actually starting with turn 0. I don't think this is it, but does it give me a different answer? No. Start of each player turn. I take off 1 hit point from myself. Possible my options change? Like as in what I can do? Or what I should do? Because this was just a speed up heuristic, the order I chose here. I'm still checking everything. If we've terminated, we've checked everything. I mean, I could reverse the order of all 5 of these and I should get the same answer. It might take longer to get there, but I should get the exact same answer. You're not allowed to refresh spells before they expire. Once the turn counter hits 0, then you're allowed to refresh it. I must have another bug somewhere, and I only instantly got the right answer. One that's not appearing now for that reason. I can try to expand my timers, see if I'm doing something weird with constantly going back and forth between them. My input data is wrong? Why is my input data wrong? Five turns. Oh, wow. That was it, wasn't it? Hey, thanks. That's fine. I was at a point there where backseating was quite welcome. Because I just was not seeing it. I thought I was thorough and checked all those things, but I think I just got lazy at some point. Alright. Opening the Turing lock. Jane Marie just got her very first computer for Christmas from some unknown benefactor. Comes with instructions and an example program, but the computer itself seems to be malfunctioning. She's curious what the program does and would like you to help her run it. The manual explains that the computer supports 2 registers and 6 instructions. Truly, it goes on to remind the reader, a state-of-the-art technology. The registers are named A and B and can hold any non-negative integer and begin with a value of 0. The instructions are as follows. Sets register R to half its current value and then continues. Sets register R to triple its current value. This already makes me think of the Collat's conjecture. An increment instruction increments register R, adding 1 to it and then continues. Jump is a jump. It continues with the instruction offset away relative to itself. Jumps if register R is even. Jumps if register R is odd. All 3 jump instructions work with an offset relative to that instruction. The offset's always written with the prefix plus or minus to indicate the direction of the jump, forward or backward respectively. For example, jump plus 1 would simply continue with the next instruction, while jump plus 0 would continuously jump back to itself forever. Interesting. Hey, thanks, Jump If1. Yeah, that probably would have tripped me up because I read that too quickly. I saw even and I saw the next one started with an O here and I was like, oh, cool, odd. Man, I read that way too quickly. This is fun. I like this. A cool little simulation. This ends with a jump -7. Wait. How do we get out then? Is it this? Program exits when it tries to run an instruction beyond the ones defined. Got it. Okay. This is going to be fun. I actually honestly really enjoy simulation problems like this. Big fan. This is not me being sarcastic. Okay, so I'm going to write a little parse method that will turn those into something a little more useful for me. Okay, so this will give me my list of instructions, and then I'll just have to simulate the thing. So I need to get the instruction, which is always the first 3 characters. It's always 3, so... They're all lowercase, and just force a habit. So really all I need is the 2 pieces, right? I need the operation. So my parameters. And in the case of... Can't I do like a tuple, it's like named tuple in Python? Python 3 named tuple. I haven't done this in a while. Named tuple. Yeah. Here we go. An instruction is a named tuple called instruction that has the following parameters. It has an op, it has a register, and it has a offset. Tuples are immutable, of course. I don't have to set all of these, right? Default values. So those are the default values. I don't think Python has a switch, does it? No, Python doesn't have a switch. If, let's see, if op in HLF, TPL, INC, JIE, JIO, if it's any of those, then reg is params 0. If op in op is JMP, then off is the int of params 0. Op is in JIE, JIO, and offset is params 1. Can I enumerate the instruction list? Yeah, I'll probably end up doing that as well. Of course, I could just use indexes into the list, since I'm storing it as a list. Program counter is 0. And now we're off to the races. So while 0 is less than or equal to PC is less than instruction, no, len of instructions. So while we're still within the bounds of this thing here, I also need 2 registers, so... Can't I do that? I don't usually write dictionary literals that way. You know what? Let's just not. I'm pretty sure there is a syntax that looks something like that, and I'm just gonna use the syntax I'm more familiar with because it's gonna make me agonize a little less over it. All right, so I have my registers. So if op is HLF, then let's see. I'm going to say register I'm just going to call this memory. Mem register. It says half of its current value. I assume that means that division is integer division. It doesn't really say, but I'm going to assume it is. It's going to increment the program counter if op is TPL. Yeah, you can some egrets. You're exactly right. That's how you would do it. And I could do that, and I'm not gonna. So it's even PC plus equals offset. PC plus equals offset if that, else 1. Jump if 1. No, I got you. I like how they gave this which basically was saying author blues you didn't read. Perhaps a little brave to just run this without testing anything, but oh, it's because I didn't import. God, I hate this syntax so much. I love that specific imports from packages just have a completely different syntax. Okay, I don't need defaults. I shouldn't have even added it. This is silly. 184. The unknown benefactor is very thankful for helping little Jane Marie with her computer. Definitely not to distract you. What does the value in register B after the program is finished executing if register A starts as 1 instead? Well, that's an easy fix. It hangs in the balance. It's Christmas Eve and Santa's loading up the sleigh for this year's deliveries. However, there's one small problem. You can't get the sleigh to balance. If it isn't balanced, you can't defy physics and nobody gets presents this year. No pressure. Santa's provided you a list of the weights of every package he needs to fit on the sleigh. Packages need to be split into 3 groups of exactly the same weight, and every package has to fit. The first group goes in the passenger compartment of the sleigh, the second and third go in the containers on either side. Only when all 3 groups weigh exactly the same amount will the sleigh be able to fly. Defying physics has rules, you know. Of course, that's not the only problem. First group, the one that's going in the passenger compartment, needs as few packages as possible, so that Santa has some legroom left over. Doesn't matter how many packages are in either of the other 2 groups, so long as all of the groups weigh the same. Furthermore, Santa tells you that Furthermore, Santa tells you there are multiple ways to arrange the packages such that the fewest possible are in the first group. You need to choose the way where the first group has the smallest quantum entanglement to reduce the chance of... Quantum entanglement of a group of packages is the product of their weights. That is the value you get when you multiply their weights together. Only consider quantum entanglement if the first group has the fewest number of packages in it and all groups weigh the same amount. For example, suppose you have 10 packages with weights 1 through 5 and 7 through 11. For this situation, some of the unique first groups, their quantum entanglements, and ways to divide their... Yeah, this was really seeming like the knapsack problem at first. And then it went to bin packing, which fortunately is no longer NP complete and actually has a greedy solution. And then it turned into this. I hate it. Well, I'm sorry, not bin packing. What's the name of the problem I'm thinking of? Um there is a specific problem that's associated with you have 2 buckets and um you want to balance, so I mean basically load balancing. I guess I'm thinking of the load balancing problem and I'm making it harder than it needs to be. Okay, so it does divide evenly. Got it. Yeah, the string to int conversion in Java does, or in Python does take those into account. It's just using int to parse a string, and it just does what I expected it to do. All right, so I need to pack things up in 3 bins. I need to load balance such that I get three groups that hit the target. So let's enumerate. So I'm going to write a generator, I think. No, I don't think a generator is going to do what I want it to do. So I actually want these values in reverse sorted order. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to place packages. I need to give it the packages. I need to give it the current configuration. Min packages in the first slot that I've seen so far. And minimum quantum entanglement. Or is it max quantum entanglement, it said? Objection! Jeff in 3D. What's up, my dude? Hey, Drex. It's minimum quantum entanglement. Okay, so I've got a list of packages. Package and rest equals packages 0 and packages the rest of the list. Nice. I'm jealous. I went to get food, but everywhere I wanted to go was busy, and I had to get back from my Cuso Grande match, and so I ended up eating like cookout, and I'm unhappy about it. So if if the length of packages is 0, then we have to figure something out. At this point, all the configs need to be correct. So, if, let's see, if config at 0 if the length of that config is greater than min packages, and I need to make those global. If the length of the first slot is larger than the min number of packages I've seen so far, then just bail. Return, return that. Okay, that'll get the product of a list. That's actually the only thing I really need to check for. Okay, if the length of the packages left is 0, then I need to check to see if, isn't there like an any method in Python 3? They added that to the built-in functions, any and all. If it's the case that for each of them that x is equal to the target, turn the product of the values. All right, I'm doing this an easier way. I'm making this harder than it needs to be. This is the correct way to write this. I don't know why I'm making this harder than it needs to be. I'm like trying to hold a whole list and compute information about it every single time. That's stupid. That's stupid. All right, so these are my edge cases, and now all I'm going to do is compute the best that I've seen. Nope, that's not the word best. Best is B-E-S-T. That's correct. Very good. Okay, so I'm going to take the min over a list of things. It's either going to be place packages, where I take the rest of the packages. Where are the rest of the packages? Where's that list? Why did I get rid of that? Oh, they're down there. So this is going to be the situation in which I add it to the front. So fsum plus package, fproduct plus times package, and fcount plus 1, back 2, target. None of those changed. Place packages, no, the other two slots, rest, fsum, fprod, fcount, back 1 plus package, and back 2, target. Okay, that's adding it to the other two slots. So this package has to go somewhere. I think this actually might just work. I don't know. I'm trying to be more confident, you know? Values 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, target. Oh, I just realized this down here is not actually fixing things. Min package is equal to the minimum of min package and fcount, and min int is equal to min of min int and fproduct. I can try with their input data as well. If this looks like it's too slow, I can at least confirm that it's correct, like working. One through 5 and 7 through 11. So this is running a little slow. Let's test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, little error here. List index out of range. The only way this should happen is if oh. That's not good. Oh, wait. I'm not actually multiplying things out, right? Oh, I am. I'm passing the number down. Man, I'm not sure. Okay, gotta think about this. If the count of packages in the front is greater than the minimum number of packages I've seen for a successful completion. Wait. Well, I see right now why that happened here. Because it shouldn't have said 512, it should have said target. 99. That is a correct answer. Yep. Okay. Well, I think I also made a fix to my code a second ago, so let's see if that actually makes it work for this one. It's taking a little longer. F sum, F product, F count, back 1, back 2. These are sums. This is the target value. There's no packages remaining and everything has been evened out. Print. Hey. Those are some extremely large numbers that don't make any sense. Even if you multiplied all of these numbers together, that ain't happening. What? These numbers just aren't that large. Why am I getting such a large value? I'm so confused about what it... Oh, 23. Why is that number gain so large, like, instantly? What the hell is even happening? Yo, Dead, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. I'm so confused. The largest value it should be able to generate is, like, not that large. So an accepted answer... So let's try a few things, I guess. Five, six. Nope, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. Let's make up our own values that we can use to test. 6, 5, 4, 2, 1. Okay. So that should be able to be balanced. Balanced with one package. Wait. Yeah, balance with one package with an entanglement of 6. Okay. What am I doing differently here? I'm just really racking my brain trying to figure this out. Cutting up lists is so slow. Oof. Alright, well this isn't theoretically better, but it was faster, but why did I get back the answer infinite? So there's probably some sort of better way. Does that fix it? If I just chop off the entanglement values, that should work too, right? I'm bounding my branch so much. This is this is branch and bound, and somehow it's just not enough still. Well, it printed something out. Christ, I don't have any idea whether or not... This seems way too large. It's the right answer. That's weird. Sleigh still isn't balancing. Ho ho ho, Santa muses to himself. I forgot the trunk. Balance the sleigh again, but this time separate packages into 4 groups. Okay. I would expect this to run faster. Well, maybe not. I don't know. They're just programming puzzles. It's a puzzle that asks me to answer some problem, and I'm writing code to come up with the answers. That's it. I don't even know what WSL is. WSL. World Surf League. Yeah, I've never been good at surfing. Windows subsystem for Linux. Oh, neat. Oh, found the Wikipedia article on it. The compatibility layer for running Linux binary executables natively on Windows 10. Oh, wow. That sounds nice. Math.inf is not slow. That sounds really nice. I'm tempted to play around with that. Okay, I was actually expecting this to run faster, but I guess that's stupid, right? There's a wider branch, even if it doesn't have quite the same depth. Oh, don't make me have to write this in a smarter way, please. Please. Actually, it occurs to me that my code is just outright wrong right now, I think. Fuck. I don't think this is going to speed it up, but it's going to make it more right. The cost of something is proportional to the amount of times you actually do the thing, and I'm not calling math.inf that often. If I were like repeatedly comparing to it, then maybe, but I'm doing other way worse things than that. I'll tell you right now. I'm doing other considerably worse things. Let me think about this. I'm looking at my code. I'm not just waiting for it to finish. At this point, it's taking long enough to run that I'm wondering if there's a better choice. I'm glad that I unrolled some of the things that I was doing, because this would have taken 20, 30, 50 times longer if I had been doing it with that list that I was producing. I'm not so sure, Bob. I'm not so sure how we're doing, because this problem is, I thought it would be easier to finish this one, but it's not proving to be the case. I think I'm searching backwards. I think I'm actually searching in the least optimal order. I think that might be part of the problem I'm having. Don't I want to pack lots of small things in the front? Well, no, I'm already sorting them so that I do the largest ones first, but I'm trying to minimize the products of the things that are in the front seat. But first I'm trying to minimize the count of them, which means putting the largest values there first is... I have a theory. So this is only a heuristic speed up, but maybe better. Go for it, Vocket. Yeah, that looks roughly what I would have expected. I mean, I can certainly pre-compute it, but not sure it matters all that much. It's not hanging. The search space is just very deep, so it takes longer for it to get to a point where it can... Yeah, this is hitting new min packages a lot faster. Okay, I think my original instincts were correct. Here, it'll make everyone a lot happier if I write this. Now we all feel really good about that. Hmm. I would have expected this one to run faster. It's a broader tree, but it should bottom out faster, which allows me to set my bounds faster. I would have expected this one to be way quicker. What's my target? 384? Hmm. Okay, so what's the... If the current count of packages in the front seat is greater than... If the front sum, back 1, back 2, or back 3 are greater than the target, then you return infinity. Index. I mean, if we're going to go all out, not recalculating things, I'll do that. That's technically speaking probably a relatively fast speed up. Though I have to imagine that Lisp and Python maintain their sizes as a field. So I can't imagine len is that slow. If the index is greater than equal to number, return infinity. Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm not just staring at this waiting for it. I really am just reading through code. I'm just trying to figure out if there's some obvious spot where I can speed this thing up. It's the Angry Sun level, I assume. I'm probably not going to play it right now just because I'm resting my hands, but maybe my instincts were wrong. Maybe doing this in the reverse order is faster? No problem. Hey, quick question. Why is this so slow? I mean, at least this feels like it's getting somewhere. Okay, I was pretty confident that wasn't the right answer, but it's the one it got hung up on for a long time last time, so I just thought, maybe it's the right answer. What is the game plan here, Chief? At this point, every solution that's using more than 4 packages in the front seat should be completely eliminated. This should be flying at this point, right? There's not that many packages. What the frig? I think it was Rain had mentioned an idea earlier that I don't think works for me, but it was an interesting idea. It was the one about not necessarily keeping track of all 4 of them separately, but just taking whichever one's the smallest one and treating that one as the front seat to limit the search space. The only problem with that is that it means then I have to keep track of the sum, product, and count of all of them, which may not be particularly slower. The extra bookkeeping may not be a huge problem. I try to shy away from manipulation of objects in Python as much as possible, just because it gets to be an issue. Oh no, let's look at the next problem, and this one might actually wrap up. It looks like it's sort of winding down, to be honest. Merry Christmas. Santa is booting up his weather machine. Looks like you might get a white Christmas after all. The weather machine beeps. On the console of the machine is a copy protection message asking you to enter a code from an instruction manual. You know, everything might run faster if I stop letting this have any resources. Enter a code from the instruction manual. Apparently it refuses to run unless you give it that code. No problem. You'll just look up the code in the ho 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 Santa Ponters aloud. I can't seem to find the manual. You look up the support number for the manufacturer and give them a call. Good thing, too. That 49th star wasn't going to earn itself. Oh, that machine's quite old, they tell you. That model went out of support 6 minutes ago. And we just finished shredding all the manuals. I bet we can find you the code generation algorithm, though. After putting you on hold for 20 minutes, your call is very important to them, it reminded you repeatedly, they finally find an engineer that remembers how the code system works. The codes are printed on an infinite sheet of paper. Starting in the top left corner, the codes are filled in by diagonals. Starting with the first row, with an empty box first, the codes are filled in diagonally up and to the right. This process repeats until the infinite paper is covered. Ah. Oh. Their closed form for figuring out what index is at each location? Maybe later. We'll talk. If I can just figure out... Oh, by the way, has this terminated yet? No, it's still working? You do your thing, buddy. You'll get there eventually. I'm on 25. So the first thing I need to figure out is how to figure out the index from the row and column. What language for 2016? Am I not allowed to say Python again? I mean, these days, most of the code I write is either in Python or JavaScript. Though, I guess since I teach Java, I guess I teach a lot of Java. So I guess I'm writing a lot of Java. See, these ones were so easy. Look at the amount of code I had to write. Blip. Which year is Golang? Well, I don't know Golang. So... There's a closed form for all the sum of all the numbers from 1 to n, right? It's n squared over 2, right? That's correct, right? Right? I mean, I like Atom, personally. I don't want my text editor to do a whole lot typically anyway. Wait. That's not correct. VS Code is based on Atom? Really? Like it's a fork of Atom? Is that true? Well, that's not a compliment for most people. Most people don't like Electron-based applications. Which I get. I do. I promise. I'm just testing a few things out really quickly. That's correct, right? 1, 2, 4, 7, 11, 16. And the next one will be 22. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. Wait, is it this easy? Wrong window. You keep doing your thing, buddy, alright? Nobody's gonna slow you down. I'm like in the ballpark right now, and I'm annoyed because I've almost got this closed form, and then I'll be done. So I don't actually want to compute this on the actual row. I want to compute it on its effective row. The effective row is row plus column minus 1, I think. Stop. That's my baby boy. He's doing his best. Okay, yeah. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, that works. Okay, great. All right. So my current index is 6,6, and current value is that, and target index is whatever I get when I plug in. That is my run column. So get index of 2981, comma 3075. Let's print out these things so we can see how fucked we are. My guess is going to be extremely. Oh, actually that's not that bad. I just have to do 18 million iterations. That's not, hey, that's not bad at all. Gamers, we're fine. No, seriously, 18 million iterations ain't that bad. While index is less than target, I'm going to do the thing to the value equals something, who knows. And then I'm going to increment the index. All right, so how do I compute it again? This one may not be too bad. We'll see. I don't have high expectations for this one. Start with the previous value, multiply the number by 252,533. And then divide that oh, it's mod that. Gotcha. Whoa, whoa, boss. Yo, calm down. Right. This is not a normal programming language. This is Python. You can't just do stuff like that. Oh, gotta print the value though. That was a huge waste of my time. Alright. The machine springs to life, then falls silent again. It beeps. Insufficient fuel. The console reads, 50 stars are required before proceeding. 1 star is available. 1 star is available. You check the fuel tank. Sure enough, a lone star sits at the bottom, awaiting its friends. Looks like you need to provide 49 yourself. Oh. I can't even do this one until I get all the other ones done. Wait. What, Gren? Well, this is Python 3. Oh, I didn't alias Python to anything. That's Windows. But I assure you, Python 3.6. Hey, don't look at me, boss. I don't get paid enough to care. Are we literally just stuck waiting for this thing to do its thing? Well, hot take, I don't think Python 2 should exist anymore, but there's a lot of angry sysadmins sitting in rooms that don't have windows who would probably not be happy with that hot take. Yeah, there's another one that I cut off. We can circle back to it, I guess. So this is the one where I'm supposed to... Let's see, let's pull it back up. I'm supposed to process this grammar to figure out what's the fewest number of steps that I can use to get to the molecule in question. Hmm. Problem is that when I chop this up into pieces, I'm doing a lot of list manipulation, which is slow in Python. I'd feel a lot better if this terminated, because then I'd know that we just have one problem left. I'll be really happy when this terminates. And I think it's got to be getting there, right? The search space can't be this deep. I'm baffled by it. Gamers, I'm absolutely flummoxed. I really thought that this one would run a lot more efficiently. I do not. It's like completely backwards to my intuition. Okay, I think what I need to do here is I need to do basically the same code I've been writing. I just need to write some bounds for the branches. I need to go. I was trying to go backwards. I need to try to go forwards and just bound. Which solver, egrets? Oh, the packages problem? Well, the back three slots for packages don't honestly matter, but I do need to distinguish which one's the first one because I have to compute a lot of extra bookkeeping for it. I'm going to put this bad boy off to the side so I can keep an eye on it. You let me know when you're done, friend. All right? We'll check back on you later. All right. Yeah, it's an advent calendar with programming puzzles for each day. So this is the advent calendar right here. Each line is a different puzzle, and the number of stars is whether I got the first part and the second part done. I only got the first part of 19 done, and I only have problem 24 is still running over here. Buddy, I feel strongly that we're gonna get across that finish line. Look at him. Look at him do his best. Look at him running. I'm proud of you. All right, let's dive back into this one. I hate just deleting stuff, but I kind of want a fresh start. Kind of just want a fresh start, you know? Sometimes you get to that place. Okay, so I'm going to parse my input. So, stop semicoloning. Been writing too much Java. I should have kept some of this stuff, but it's fine. A dot lower, no, is lower, continue, if B dot is lower, then out dot append A, turn out. Okay, so that chops it up. Append chop 2. Alright, so let's see what our map looks like. Okay, looks pretty reasonable to me. All right, so I have a min steps equals infinity. And none of these steps can make it shorter. So if at any point my sequence is too long, I'm going to chop it up. So my current sequence, number of steps I've taken, global min steps and target. Okay, so at each step, I'm going to pick something in the sequence and try to replace it, which should be pretty easy, right? Okay. So for enumerate, for I comma element in enumerate sequence, element not in map, continue. Can't do anything with that. What are my base cases? So if, let's see, if length of the sequence is longer than target len, return math.infinity. If steps is greater than min steps, infinity. At some point I have to check to see whether or not the target matches. If sequence equals target, return steps. But before I do that, min steps equals steps. I know this has to be an improvement because if it were greater than, then we wouldn't have gotten here. No, the target is this thing. I'm starting with E and I need to get to this. Best equals math.infinity. I'm going to try doing all the replacements I can. So for the replacements in map at element. So for every possible replacement that could be used, I'm going to cost equals, let's see, next step with sequence, everything leading up to I plus rep plus everything I plus 1 onward, comma, steps plus 1. If cost is less than best, best equals cost. So this has bounding built into it. Now I just want to print out, how do I go from E, taking 0 steps at that point. Oh, print. None type and float. Cost, I got none here. Why did it return none? Of all the things it could have returned, none is not an option. Oh, it's because I don't always return something here. So it returned none. Of course. That's pretty obvious. Question is it, does it ever hit the bottom? My concern is that I need to give it some guidance to get it to produce in the right direction. One thing I could do is if I see that an element at the beginning is in the correct location, maybe tell it to leave it alone. That heuristic seems like it makes sense, but it could just be wrong, right? I could also tell it to try to move in the... oh man, I'm trying to think of like what sort of heuristics I can put in here that will get it to search better. I mean, really what I want is to calculate edit distance, or rather more accurately, I want to kind of get a diff of the two things, my current sequence and the target, because if I can kind of find spots where I'm lining up already, I can try to search in the spots where the discrepancy is. I mean, I guess A star is kind of that, computing reduced costs between states. That's kind of the same thing. I mean, what I actually want is just calculating a diff. That seems, to me, to make sense, at least. Though I could definitely think of adversarial input where using a diff in order to... like, using a diff as a heuristic is probably just outright wrong. But we're not dealing with adversarial input here. At least I don't think so. I don't think this string is adversarially generated. This was the reason why I was trying to go big to small, not small to big. Was because I felt like it was easier to match subsequences in here that were already extant in the map than the other way around. Maybe that solution was still correct. I just needed to put bounds on it. Maybe that was my problem. The The problem with the approach that's taking right now is there's no guidance being given toward a right answer. And so it's going to have to find it just arbitrarily. And it's going to search in some really wrong directions for a very long time. Well, damn. Let's go back to my previous solution, maybe. Is there any way I can just apply bounds to this? I just want to run this for a second. And see if it ever actually gets to the end. Like, just directly from collapsing the input, if it does ever find the correct answer, then I can put some bounds on this. So this took THF and produced AL from it. Okay. Okay. So that is working. I'm just not convinced this actually has a better shot at terminating. Which is like a very real concern. Oh. Yeah, I do. I teach CS. Doesn't seem to be any better off, I'll be honest. It has not once hit the end point. I think if there was some way I could offer guidance to get it to generate in the correct direction. This is the big problem with either solution, is that there's no way I can think of. Like, I just haven't worked out what the heuristic is for getting it to generate in the correct direction. Like, trying to get it to prefer search paths that are more likely to bear fruit. A small amount of time spent organizing my search space so that I search in the correct direction will pay off. I can pretty much guarantee it. But I don't know how to invest in that. Can I find, like... Maybe I can find cycles in here or something where, like, if it hits a character, it's not going to be able to fish its way back out of that character. And the long ones may not appear outright, but they provide lots of other symbols that can get replaced. Like this MG can turn into a BF, things like that. I just don't... So for this example right here, this is doing it forward. E has the option to do either HF, NAAL, or OMG. And I don't know how to organize these options as one being better than the other. Now, there's a natural termination step here. If the length of my sequence I'm generating is longer than the target string, then we bail out. But that's... You got to generate a lot before you get there, right? Like the length... This is a lot going on. Huh. No, Gren, it's not quite like that. It's just that you can transition any of these transitions, for instance. So the first step, I start with an E, and I can transition to HF, NAAL, or OMG. And I don't know. This is the slow operation. This right here is very slow. Very, very not good. And I'm struggling to come up with a way to do it better. Is Y in a transform anywhere? Oh, like things that can transform to Y? CA can, H can, O can. So there's a few, yeah. Yeah, Y doesn't transform into anything. I feel like I'm just sort of missing I feel like I'm just sort of missing some obvious heuristic that I can build on. Let's see if this new value gives me the right answer. Still not correct. All right. It's just over there running, so I noticed it spit out a new best answer it had found, so I thought I'd throw it at it. My good boy's doing his very best. Look at him. Look at him go. I'm missing something here, and I don't know what it is. I need some way to encode this sequence in a way that makes it very easy for me to... Yeah, I need to find the shortest. And my bound part of my branch and bound would kick in if it ever even found one path. But the search space is so broad, it's not even finding one correct path. As soon as I find one correct path, it's going to instantly cut off a whole bunch of trees. But I can't even get it to end up in the right spot one time. So the approach that's being run right now is the backwards approach. It's starting at the target. So it's this algorithm over here. It's starting at the target, and it is looking for patterns that match result patterns and reversing the result. And my initial instinct was that I would probably find a reasonable number of these types of matches. And so this would work more quickly because the outputs are very specific. And so I'm just looking for specific outputs. But it has not proved to be as straightforward as I had expected. One thought that I had is that if I implemented this as a prefix tree instead of a map, that would probably buy me a little bit of speed. I don't think it's enough to fix it, but it would buy me some speed. But then, and hear me out, I'd be implementing a prefix tree. And doesn't that just sound terrible? What's Intel Hyperscan? Did Intel try to give a fancy name to a prefix tree? What am I supposed to do, gamers? I got day 24, the very good boy, running over here. He'll finish when he finishes, alright? We're not trying to pressure him into anything. And then we got day 19 here, which is just a big mess. And I don't want to implement a prefix tree, but I'm starting to think that I'm being stupid by not implementing a prefix tree. The problem is that I think that doing it backwards is perfectly fine. I think it's a fine solution. But this operation is slow, and it appears in both situations where I have to extract something from the sequence and replace it with something else, which means adding lists together, which is not something that Python's very good at. I think the fastest way to do this would be to implement it as a linked list in place. So we don't make copies of the linked list, but we make the modifications in place, and when we backtrack, we undo our modifications. I think that's technically the fastest implementation. The problem is all of it. I really just don't want to write a Python linked list. Jesus Christ. That's just not where I'm living right this moment. I don't exist in that space at this moment. Well, Xandra, it's not that it's not feasible. It's that going forward feels to me most likely to branch out of control. If I start at a specific symbol, so if I start at E and I just keep performing operations until I end up at my target, which is this nonsense right here. Look at this. Look at this mess. Look at this garbage. I gotta generate this just from repeated transitions, repeated replacements. If I see a P, I replace it with CAP. Or if I see a TH, I can replace it with THCA. It's like, I think that idea is fine. But the one problem is that I think it just branches out of control. By contrast, taking this sequence that already exists and trying to extract all of the matches on the right-hand side to go backwards towards C seems like it's more constrained to me, right? Because these are the only things I can find, and these sequencers are longer, which theoretically means that they are harder to match. The problem is that in Python, these sorts of list modifications that I'm doing aren't cheap. Is there any value that starts with CR? Well, RN is a symbol of its own, but there's plenty of them that starts with CRN. CRN, 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 CRN. Yeah, quite a few of them. I feel really confident that no CRNCA, which means that the CA needs to get replaced with something else. Yeah, these sorts of things can overlap. Like the CACA here can collapse into just CA using this rule. So if this CACA collapses into a single CA, then now I've got a CA next to the result of this, which is just CA. So that's two CAs again. So CA collapses. And then CASI, what right here, can collapse. But I could have collapsed it this way, right? Or I could have collapsed these two into a CA and then collapsed that with this. Or, Jesus. Get rid of doubles is a good heuristic, but it's not guaranteed to be the fast or the best path. We just don't know. So, like, on a long enough timeline, we might be able to look at this list and generate some heuristics based on it to try to make the search space smaller. But I don't know if that, I don't know if there's an easier way. So this is the version that's running right now. Can the answer incorporate a neural network? Sure, you can put a neural network in anything you want to. Doesn't necessarily mean it'll make it better, but yeah. Yeah, I was thinking that might be part of the problem. Though I am kind of achieving the same idea by prioritizing the sliding window that I look at, prioritizing longest to smallest. That's what this range is doing. But I think what I want to do is slide the whole window size across, not from each starting point. Maybe I can speed this. Yeah, maybe I can speed this up. Oh. Hey gamers. That sped things up a lot. Hey gamers. I think I was doing something stupid. So here's what was happening. I was sliding a window across the set to collapse it, but I was from each starting point, I was prioritizing from longest to smallest. What I should have been doing is start from iterating over the size of the window and iterate it or slide it over the entire data set rather than I guess basically the for loops were switched. I was sliding my first for loop was sliding where the window was, and the second for loop was sliding the or changing the window's size, and I should have done size first then location, which is what I'm doing now. Size then location, whereas previously I was doing location then size. This priority is helping, I think. $212. Hey. Hey, gamers. That was the answer. Still not gonna let me do this until I get the, and my very good boy is stuck in the same place. Can we dump more CPU into that very good boy? Let's see. Python, set priority, high. It's actually a problem that might lend itself to multi-threading if I decided I wanted to go that route. Right? Like, I could multi-thread this. Python actually has a really good multi-threading library that allows you to just add jobs to a pool, and different threads will grab jobs as they appear. I wonder if I can speed this up that way. I mean, I can even pre-seed it with some good information, right? I know this data already. So I can pre-seed it to mostly pick up from where it left off. Am I wrong? Does this not seem like a problem that lends itself well to multi-threading? All I need is to get different threads to compute each of these separately, and then get the minimum of them. Yeah, that was my thought too, Gren. That's the whole reason why I didn't consider it as an option initially. But look, if I'm out here trying my hardest to not do work, I have access to a Beowulf cluster, if that's what you're asking, bad actor. Yeah, I specifically have access to the Palmetto cluster, is the name of it. Oh, for sure, Gren. No, not even a question. You're 100% right. Yeah, ours is just for research with a few schools in um, the southeast. It's like 25,000 cores or something like that. Actually, Palmetto is not a Beowulf cluster from what I can tell. It's just a HPC cluster. All right, so what can I do better here? I also disagree with my solution. I know, but I'm brave enough to say I disagree with myself. I do not think I wrote the best solution here. I think that can be evidenced by the performance of this program and that it's not running as fast as possible. I'm sorry, I feel like I keep, not intentionally, but like reading what you say and not responding to it, Rain. I apologize. Um, so your solution is fine. You're saying that you would, rather than sort of keeping it as all these different sets and doing it in this way, you would um, sort of keep the sets together and then you would just choose which one you think to be the front based on whether or not it meets the criteria you're looking for. So I have two problems with that. My two problems are, one, I need a lot of bookkeeping information about the front compartment. And if I don't know which one I'm considering to be the front compartment, I've now got to do the bookkeeping for all of them. Otherwise, I just have to keep a full list of everybody, and that's going to be slower. I just have to keep a full list of every package that's in each compartment, and then I'm doing list manipulation, and that's going to be slower for sure. My other concern is that um, even if I don't decide which one is my front compartment initially, I still have to search by placing the package into each of the four different compartments. And so I don't get any better than this sort of division by four. Oh, this problem for sure sucks a ton. That's not a question. Each compartment is going to have the same weight. Well, you have to make each compartment have the same weight. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not in love with this problem. I don't feel good about this problem. I specifically feel bad about it because I feel like I should be able to come up with a solution. How is how is my bounding not working? Why is my bounding not working? Anything where the product is greater than the minimum entanglement should be knocked out immediately. Why is that not working? Do a number count, save all the different numbers and how many of each, and just cut out all the ones that match up and do the remaining math? Saw a comment, brute force too slow. Oh. I feel just kind of at a loss. I feel like I have added in a bunch of bounding. I've got a bunch of good heuristics in here to try to optimize it. Why is this not working? What can I glean about the whole set? Well, there's what? 28 values? 29 values? Yeah, 29 values. And for each package, I have 4 different locations I can put it. So that's 4 to the 29. Different possibilities I can look at. How many possibilities is that? 4 to the 29. That's massive. Oh shit, that's massive. That ain't good. Yeah, it divides by 4 evenly. There's no reason it should be taking this long. This is absolutely a sign that it's an incorrect answer. I'm so close to the end. I just don't want to give up. Day 24. Hey, Mythical. Yeah, 4 hours, and I did it for like 2 or 3 earlier today. So I've been doing this for like 7 hours today. Well, I don't care about anything but the legroom compartment, except for the fact that I still have to have the whole thing balanced. What's up, Canadian? So it still matters to me where I place things, ultimately. Actually, is that true? Wait a second. Hold on. If I know that my compartment adds up to the right thing, wait. Wait. I may have been doing this so wrong, so stupid. It doesn't matter. If my compartment adds up to the correct value, does that guarantee that the other compartments can add up to the correct value? So I have to convince myself something is true first, something that I don't actually believe to be true, but if it is, it's going to make this really easy. And that's, let's say my compartment needs to be 500 units. If I find things that add up to 500 units, can I just assume that the remaining packages can be evenly distributed among the other compartments? That is the statement that I do not believe to be true. And I think I can come up with a counterexample. I think I'm correct. I think just because I add up to the target number does not mean that the remaining packages, the unaccounted for packages, can be properly distributed. I do need to simulate distributing them, I think. Oh, now I feel self-conscious, Gren. I couldn't do it in 21 lines of code. I can give you counterexamples where that's not true, Darkanus. It doesn't work that way. All I can think is, but I did branch and bound. This should be working. I cannot think why branch and bound didn't work. There's nothing to shut up about, Gren. You're doing fine. I'm thinking to myself, I don't even need to have done it in 21 lines. I just need to understand what I'm not realizing. There's an observation I haven't made. This is typical in problem solving for programming problems like this, where there is a specific observation that underlines a structure to the problem that you can exploit. And I have not had my epiphany yet. I have not had that aha moment. There's really only two ways to solve a puzzle. There's a big epiphany that solves the puzzle, or there's the slow combination of pieces and observations that end in a resulting answer. And for problems of this nature, there tend to be that big aha that comes from the observation. And I don't know what that observation is. Again, it doesn't work exactly like that, Darkanus. I can give you a counterexample right now. I don't know that this specific data set has a counterexample, but I could give you a counterexample right now. I'm referring to your previous comment about you just divide by 2 and then try to get numbers to add up to that. Like, you have to simulate the others. So I need I need values that add up to 384. That's the value in question here. Ugh. How many options do I have to get to 384? Well, that's what this code is computing. It's all the different ways you can get 384. Unfortunately, there are so many ways to get to 384, presumably, that even with branch and bound, I can't seem to get there. Well, I mean, there's no 3 values that add up to 384. These 3 are less than 384. I mean, I've added print. My current code is not wrong. This code right here has been running for a while. It's going to produce the right answer. I'm very confident of it. It's just too slow. It's been running for a long time. I've completed several problems while this one's been running. Yeah, that's the problem we're in right now, is that I'm not confused about how to solve the problem. I'm confused about how to solve the problem faster. Because the algorithm that I'm using has slowed down considerably, and I think it shouldn't be. So my original thought was, the thought I was having just now is, can you tell me, based on a list of numbers, whether or not there is a way to divide it evenly? I don't need to know how you divide it. I just need to know, can it be divided evenly? That's it. Well, that's what this code is doing right here. This right here, it's keeping up with what's the smallest number of packages I've seen in a working solution and what's the minimum entanglement in a working solution. And if any search path ever gets past those bounds, it just bails out. Yeah, I've done some functional programming. So I can give you an example set. Okay, here's an example set for you. Okay, 10, comma 9, comma 9, comma 9, comma 3. This list right here adds up to 40. And so each division would need to have 10 packages. Or would need to have a weight of 10. If I took this one and I said, okay, I've got 10 in the front compartment, I just need to know whether or not the rest of this list can be divided evenly 3 ways. Can you answer that question quickly? That's what I don't know. That's not sufficient though. This adds up to 30, and so mod 3 would tell me that it's 10. That's fine. But there's no way to distribute these packages in such a way that each compartment has 10 in it. It can't be done. Because here's the thing, is that I'm simulating the placement of packages with these 3 lines right here. I'm placing either the package in back compartment 1, back compartment 2, or back compartment 3. I could collapse these all if I just assume that a package either goes in the front compartment or it goes in one of the back compartments, and I don't have to worry about whether or not they can be distributed evenly. Gren, you've seen good solutions. Can you summarize what the solutions are doing in like a few words? I mean, I'd rather not necessarily be walked through, but is there just like an algorithmic choice I'm not making? Are they using functools partition? Like, I don't understand how that would necessarily be a better choice. How does reduce help me? Are they actually keeping lists for each compartment? How do I use reduce to solve this? How is this a MapReduce problem? I mean, I have these docs open. I'm just saying I don't know how this is a MapReduce problem. Well, my solution was impossible in that case, but I'm saying no, Darkonis. They are all prime numbers. That didn't occur to me until just now. Oh, heck. What can I do with primes that I'm not considering right now? Sums of primes aren't really like a thing. You're thinking of twin primes. So the problem is kind of obnoxious. The idea is that there's a certain number of compartments on Santa's sleigh that need to be perfectly balanced. And because there's a lot of different ways to do that, you can break ties by Santa wants it so that the front compartment has the smallest possible number of packages. But that doesn't completely break all the ties. So the final tiebreaker is that the product of the weights of all the packages in the front compartment need to be minimized as well. I know, Amy. Replying just to the end of that. So they have this example here. Well, I imagine they just remove some values so that the sums work out. That's probably why they chose primes. And no other reason. Mythical nailed it exactly. That's the reason why. Is so that you're guaranteed to have unique products. There's something uniquely frustrating about writing code that is correct but too slow. Like, I kind of just want to browse the solutions at this point. I'm not...